know, it's hard to have the stuff at home. It's
Mhm.
just,
I've been using it for my ukulele lessons.
oh, yeah. Do you do them like with someone or do you do them?
It's a program that I bought online.
All right, that's cool. You've seen Cammie's progression with the ukulele.
Morning.
Good morning. Have you seen her
Um,
singing on?
I have seen her a couple of times. Yeah.
I don't know if she's just teaching herself or what, but she
I
seems
just-
to.
I don't know if it's my age or just like my dexterity or whatever, but it's like I'm so slow.
To learn.
Yeah, well, I'm just going from chord to chord and stuff. Good morning. It's
Yes.
challenging.
Yeah. I think it is though.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, and I've heard that, all of a sudden you'll get in the groove.
Yeah.
And it will just click. And
Yeah.
I'm like, well, let's click soon.
Let's get there. Let's get to the clicking point. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that about every instrument I've ever tried to play. I've never stuck with it long enough.
Yeah, I know, and that's it, and that's, so I keep telling myself, I'm not doing this for anybody but me.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter how.
How long
quickly-
it takes.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
We started watching because Josh got a couple of, we have so many instruments. It's hilarious. We don't know how to play any of them. But he got a new drum, a really nice djembe one. And I'm like, why don't we start learning about just like music theory, even, instead of just jumping into like a lesson.
Right.
And that was pretty interesting. I understood maybe the first 10 minutes of the video and then he lost me. He's like, this has everything you need to learn about music there in 30 minutes, right? I'm like, people spend their whole lives on this stuff.
Right.
But it does, like, I can see where it makes sense, but I would have to go back and even watch that video probably 10 times, to get, to understand the basics.
Yeah. Some of that myself. So I am using an app, it's called Musician.
Yeah.
And you can use it for a variety of, so there's guitar, there's ukulele, there's piano. It's like 5 or 6 different
Oh, wow.
instruments that you can choose.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So it's only like $100 for a year. So,
It's not bad.
Yeah.
You figure if you were taking lessons, it would be
oh God, so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
in person.
Right.
How was it waking up?
Always up early.
Really?
Even if I don't drive.
Yeah, really? You didn't
Yes.
wake up?
5 hours, it doesn't matter what time I go to bed, 5 hours, I'm like,
Why? Get out of here.
it's
Alright.
weird, cause I have no problem falling asleep,
Yeah.
not at all, and then I wake up, I, go to the bathroom, I come back in bed, and I try like every meditation type of thing, breathe. My mind just starts to go,
Like wakes up for the
yeah,
day.
it's very hard to shut it off.
How about you, Michelle?
Morning?
Yeah.
I generally get up early, and so I was thinking about us coming down, like, this is much easier than being here at 5.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
I think it might, I learned that last night, and that's kind of, it's funny, when I come to class for the, it's so much more stressful to get here, maybe it's that hour earlier, I'm
Yeah.
afraid of falling, sleeping through.
And because it's yoga teacher training, you know what I mean? This is
Yeah.
like, you don't have to think as much.
Right, but I was like, as I was wearing my backpack, I was like, oh, you're like here. I'm like, yeah, so a lot of stuff with that.
Here we are.
It's great to do it in the morning, then be done, like, I
Yes.
always like to, any type of workout.
I know I was thinking that by the time I get out of here this morning, it's usually kind of probably in bed.
Yeah.
Maybe a little earlier, but.
I'm like, all right. Just switch. I'm coming up, I'm going into the sauna. I actually booked that beforehand.
7 people signed up, but I know probably everybody else is on Zoom.
Hi, guys. Do you see like, when I did it on Thursday, there was one person registered for Zoom and I didn't have any problem turning it on, but I never like saw anyone come up on.
Yeah, they probably did like closer to class time.
Yeah.
Had everything shut off. So, I mean, I don't look back at it to see if they came on
Yeah.
or anything like that, so. I figure if I don't hear from them, then they were on. Usually I hear from them if there's a problem with the link or something like that. So I'm trying to decide, I know we're gonna do yoga first, but when it comes to the reading part. Do you wanna just like work through the same book every week?
I was listening to the.
Oh,
I never read the email because I knew I was already signed up for class. So,
Yeah.
you know, be great. Like, how are you doing it? And then I was like, oh, this whole morning thing. I didn't realize like 6 to 10. You know, like I wasn't planning on the second class. I didn't know. But
That's fine, no, you don't. You
I
can
mean,
do
I was
whatever.
like, that was a thought. And then I saw the link. So I go, okay, I'm gonna get in the car. And I literally just finished listening to it. And I was driving out 30 minute drive. So.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't listen at all, what?
it's okay.
Oh.
No.
Oh, yeah, no, it was just to add
It's
in.
not
it was-
related to.
It was just like, because you were talking about what are you gonna read, so it was just
It
continue
was coming up.
conversation, I guess.
Yeah, so I don't know, we'll see how it goes. We'll probably switch it up a little bit, but I think it would be kind of neat. We have the same group to work through one book.
What books are you?
Well, I just got this one. It's the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. So by Shanti Deva, which I forget when he was around. It wasn't like thousands of years ago or anything like that, but this is supposed to be like a really profound text. He was supposed to teach his class, like kind of, what was he supposed to do? Summarize whatever, something that he was learning, but he was always kind of like the troublemaker in the class. And, but super smart. And it was his turn to give his presentation. And he was like, I can get up here and talk about everything that we already know, or I can get up here and talk about whatever. And he gave this whole poem really about becoming a bodhisattva. So it's supposed to be very enlightening. So we'll start with that today and see how we feel about it. And then next week, if we, we'll just see where it goes. But, all right. I was telling Joanne, it never fails that when I have to wake up early, Juliet does not sleep. So she's getting a cold. And I think it might be her first cold ever. So she is not a happy girl waking up, but she still uses the pacifier. So obviously she can't breathe through her nose. So seems like every 10 minutes, but I don't think it's that often. She's like waking up. She's frustrated. But anyway, like getting out of bed. Because she's in the bed.
Yeah.
She was not saying her crib last night. I know Josh is wide awake, so mad. Poor thing. Anyway. How do we feel? I know you said you were stiff,
Oh, no,
Joanne.
I'm just, like,
Yeah. Your back or everywhere?
everywhere. My shoulders are horrible. Like,
Really?
really, really bad. So tight. We were doing some, we were trying, when I was here the other day and doing a bridge. But, with the hands.
Oh, the reverse
bridge.
table, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my.
That one hurt your shoulders, huh?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
I guess that, it makes sense.
My right shoulder.
Alright. How about you guys?
Same, always a little slip somewhere.
It is true. How about you, Michelle?
I did a new workout yesterday, so I'm like, ooh, got, 24, 40 hours.
Soreness is kicking in.
I'm actually sort of like inner thighs, which is like a strange place. I was like, I haven't been sore there in a long time. So
Right. Alright. Well, let's start with breathing. Then we'll close our eyes. Settle in. It's early morning time, it's a good time to pay attention to your breath and how it feels after we just are sleeping, basically. So the quality of your breath and then moving into the deeper breath and clearing out the lungs. Of the body. Finding our posture. Really deepening the breath, filling the belly, ribs, and chest. Chest, ribs, belly. And after a few breaths, when you feel ready to hold your breath and inhale, that in as well. Gentle hold with no strain. Something last night, keep on breathing. I want you to find this one sentence that I thought was great. As practice. It says, Satya Pandita explains how the physical actions involved in full body prostration, which is, well, prostrations are one thing, but you can think about it as yoga in general, the physical practice. So it affects all of our inner energies, our outer energies, and reminds the practitioner that her body and actions are a microcosm for all existence. a staging ground for the well-being and fate of all beings. Thank to make it clear that the outer actions of prostrations are linked to inner experiences and transformations. In this way, pilgrimage is not just about visiting external locations, but about using our perception of outer locations and activities as a ground for purifying and transforming our awareness. This reason that Sakya Pandita proclaims that when the practitioner touches their clasped palms to the crown of their head, this creates the conditions for them to travel to the highest of blissful pure lands. Even though people might imagine that Buddhist pure lands or realms of bliss and spiritual accomplishment as heavens or parallel dimensions located somewhere out there, real yogis and yoginis know that these pure realms are ultimately located within them, are states of being that point to their own potential. It's kind of fun to think about our practice as a little adventure every time. Continuously purify the body. Reading about the energy lines, the nadis, the 72,000 lines of energy, and how they get knotted up. And so when we do these practices, we're untying those knots and purifying and coming into greater and greater clarity and eventually states of bliss that I don't think, well, maybe they are kind of how you imagine it to be, but it happens gradually, so it feels natural. We come into a natural state of being over time. We'll take a few more breaths here. We'll work on our purification breath, or work through the purification breath, and into our physical practice. When you're ready to find your posture for that, we're going to sit up as tall as we can. If there's a half lotus available to you, then go ahead and bring that foot over. If not, don't worry about it. If full lotus is available to you, feel free to bring both feet up. It's not happening today. I don't know if it's ever going to happen for me. But we're going to make our Vajra fist, so our thumb comes to the base of the ring finger. We fold the other four fingers over. And we keep the palms up and tuck them right at the crease, like on your thighs. So you have bent wrists, and then from here you work to straighten your arms as much as you can. And even in this posture, it's said to open up the channels, open up the lines of energy. When we straighten the arms, we're pressing into the point on the thighs, and our shoulders pop up. And we connect with our breath here, remembering our true nature, that clear light nature. So we can imagine the central channel that runs from the crown of the head all the way down to the root chakra at the base of the spine. That is a luminous blue color. And the right side is red. On the right side of the spine, and the channel runs down, and the left side is white. Alternate nostril breathing using index fingers. So let's bring the left index finger up, and we can trace the breath. Inhale into the right side, And it comes down below the navel. If you can imagine 4 fingers, if you put your 4 fingers together, that's where it tucks under below the navel, so a couple inches. And we're holding the breath as it gently rises up the left side. And when you're ready to exhale, exhale out the left nostril. We'll inhale through the left side. Down, tucks under, gentle hold as it rises up the right side. Walking left, exhale right. Inhale into both sides. Holding as it rises up the central channel. And we exhale. Inhale right side. Let it rise up. Walking right, exhale left. Inhale left. Gentle hold as it rises up the right side. Block left, exhale right. Inhale through both sides. Holding as it rises up the central channel, and we exhale. Last one, inhale right side. Gentle hold as it rises up. Blocking right, exhale left. Inhale left. Hold as it rises up. Block left, exhale right. Inhale through both sides. Holding as it rises up. Back to your original posture by Rochanasana. Impenetrable. From there, let's extend our legs out in front and shake them out a little bit. It was 60 when I came in and I turned it up. So slowly but surely we'll be warm. Let's inhale and reach the arms out and up. And on the exhale, just a gentle fold over our legs to connect with our bodies. Morning practice is interesting because the body is a little stiffer than at the end of the day or even a few hours into your day, depending on what your morning practices are when you first get out of bed. I don't do too much except for sit around and drink tea. So my body is stiff. We'll take a deep breath here. One more breath. Find some movement. Rock from side to side. Let your head hang a little bit more. And your next inhale rolls you back up, arms out and up. And exhale out and down, flexing your feet. So it's going to be here a few times. Inhale, reach it out and up. And exhale out and down. Inhale. Let's interlock the fingers here. Press the palms of the hands up towards the ceiling. Keep the shoulders down away from the ears, but straight in the arms. On your exhale, arms come out in front and round your back. Inhale as you lengthen and reach it up. And exhale back. Again, inhale, reach it up. And exhale, folding. You can release your hands, come back to your fold, take a deep breath. And inhale, as you roll it up, arms stay down. On your exhale, twisting to the left side. So take it slow into your first twist of the day. Looking toward your left shoulder. Inhale to lengthen. And exhale, navel back toward the spine. One more breath here. Inhale back to center. And exhale over to the right side. Inhale, lengthen. Exhale, twist. One more breath here. Inhale back to center. Taking the soles of the feet together into cobbler's pose. So as you come into the posture, rock from side to side a couple times. And then bounce the knees. Find a place for your hands to land. Shins, feet, toes. Sitting up tall. Draw the heart forward, shoulders back. Drop your chin a little bit. Find your breath. Let's open our eyes and keep our gaze down, just past our feet. So an easy, soft gaze. Deep breathing, continuing to find greater length in the spine, strength in the back. Knees press down a little bit more. One more breath here. We'll inhale together. On the exhale, folding over your legs, flat back for as long as you can. And then releasing into the fold, head drops down. Connecting with your breath. One more breath here. Going up on your next inhale. Let's reach the arms out and up on that inhale. And exhale. Hands to heart center. Take a breath here. And releasing. Coming up on our knees for a couple of moderate prostrations where we're just connecting with that idea. So we're coming up on our knees here. Connecting with the idea that our movement helps to bring us into that space where we're aware of our thoughts, words, and actions. So we say enlightened body, speech, and mind. And we do this, we bring the arms up, inhale, enlighten, thumbs to your forehead, body, thumbs to your throat, speech, thumbs to your heart, mind, or energy. And we place the hands down and take the forehead to the mat. And we inhale and roll it up and do the same thing again. Enlighten, body, speech, mind. Forehead comes down, so a little bit faster. Inhale, roll it up, arms out and up. Enlighten, body, speech, mind. Forehead comes down. Inhale, enlighten, body, speech, mind. One more time from this position. Inhale. Enlighten, body, speech, mind. Let's take the hands down, tuck the toes, and we'll come up to standing. We will do it from up here. We'll roll the shoulders a few times in each direction. Trying to warm the bodies up a little bit more. Let's inhale, enlighten, body, speech, and mind. Hands come down, knees come down, forehead touches. And then we stand it back up again. Inhale. Body, speech, mind. Take it down, forehead touches. So as you come back up, roll it up. Use your spine. Inhale. Body, speech, mind. Take it back down. We'll do this one more time. Inhale, enlighten, body, speech, mind. You take it down, ground it into the forehead, and then come up to hands and knees into table. Take a deep breath and we'll move through cat-cow. So on your inhale, drop your belly, lift your head. And on the exhale, round in your back. Inhale. And exhale. Inhale. Exhale. One more time. Inhale. And exhale. Good. Come back to a neutral spine. Let your head hang. And we'll rock the hips from side to side. So feel free to take your knees out a little wider than hip width if that feels better. Find a placement that works for you. And stay with your breath. And we'll start to lean it back a little bit. So as you rock to one side, you're leaning back toward that heel. And we'll rock forward. On the exhale, take it back to child's pose. Knees together, knees apart. Just reset here. Connect with your breath. Breathe up the spine. Breathe as though you're awakening the energy in the body, waking up all of your systems. Let's take 2 more breaths here. And when you're ready to move, come back up to table. And we'll walk our hands out in front to lower the legs, the pelvis, and lower all the way down through cobra. Releasing your forehead to the mat. Hands are under your shoulders, keeping your elbows tucked in towards your ribs. Let's inhale. Forward and up as we peel it up. Back to cobra. Hands and knees. Tuck your toes. Let's lift to down dog. Inhale up to your toes. On your exhale, knees come down. Drop the hips. Roll through cobra. Nice and slow. Forehead touches. Inhale forward and up. Peel it up. Good. Find your modified plank. Tuck your toes. Press up to down dog. So coming into a place where we're not really moving our hands and our feet too much more once we come in from that modified plank. Inhale up to your toes. On your exhale, knees come down. Modified plank. And then rolling down through cobra. Forehead touches. Inhale, roll it back up. Find your plank, high or low. Press back to down dog. Take a deep breath. Inhale up to your toes. On your exhale, knees come down. Lowering, either rolling through cobra or lowering from your plank. Inhale, press it up to plank or cobra. Tuck your toes, back to down dog. Inhale up to your toes. Exhale, knees come down or you come into plank and lowering all the way down. Inhale, rise. Good. Exhale, back to down dog. Let's hold it here. Find movement in our down dog. Create a little more space in the body. Breathing into your belly. Let's inhale up to our toes and tiptoe on the exhale to the top of your mat. Coming into a fold. Releasing your head down. Keep your knees bent. Or bend and straighten one leg at a time. And continuing to open the hamstrings and the hips. Next inhale, roll it up nice and slow. Arms out and up on that same inhale. And exhale, hands to heart center. Take a moment here, relax. Keep your eyes open. Soft gaze down toward the floor. Reach the arms out. On your exhale, bend your knees as you dive into your fold. Inhale, halfway lift, look forward, and exhale. Let's inhale and step the left foot back, dropping that back knee down. Top of the foot comes to the mat, and let's rock back and forward. Feel free to use blocks here if you have them under your hands. So when you rock forward, lift your head, lift your chin, feel your heart reach forward. When you rock back, drop your head down toward your leg. Inhale forward, exhale back. And the next time you rock forward, hold it there. Again, use a block under your hand, your left hand if you'd like. And let's circle that right arm forward and up. Inhale. Hold it here. Breathe, looking up toward your hand. We'll inhale and find a little more length in that arm. On the exhale, circle it back and down. And let's just start to make circles with this arm. Find your breath, circle the arm. Let's open up the shoulder. Connect with the twist here as that arm comes out and up, twisting the spine, opening the hip flexor. Stay with your breath. And we'll change direction. Go ahead and circle the arm in the opposite direction a few times. And releasing back to center. You can take your hand off the block, lifting your back knee. And let's step it back slowly to down dog. Toes together, heel slightly apart. Reach in your hip side, breathe. Inhale into your toes. On your exhale, walk your hands back towards your feet. And as your hands come back, release your heels down, dropping into your fold. Bend and straighten both legs together. Hopefully starting to feel the difference as your body's warming up. We'll take our hands to our hips and lift up enough so you can connect with your flat back, long spine. And let's inhale the rest of the way up, reaching the arms out and up. Exhale, hands through heart center, releasing your arms down by your sides. And let's inhale, sweep it up, lift your toes, engage your core. Exhale as you dive into your fold. Inhale, halfway lift, look forward. And exhale, fold. Hands come down, let's walk it out slow, exaggerate the movement in the shoulders as you come into a plank. Inhale. On your exhale, slowly lower down. And we'll inhale and peel it up to cobra. Engaging the back side of the body, hold it here. Press the tops of your feet into the mat. Feel that engagement up through the glutes. And think about extending the front of your torso. Extend the spine. We'll take one more breath here. Tuck your toes. Press back to down dog. Deep breath. We'll inhale up to our toes here. Reach your hips high. And on the exhale, tiptoe back up to the top of your mat. Drop into your fold, bend and straighten again a couple times. Hands to your hips, find your halfway lift. And we'll inhale to rise all the way up. Reach your arms out and up. Exhale, hands through heart center, releasing your arms down. And let's inhale, sweep it up, lift your toes, engage your core. Exhale to dive. Inhale, halfway lift. And exhale, fold. And let's step the right foot back. Knee comes down, top of the foot to the mat as we rock back and forward. Inhale forward, lifting the head, sinking in, and exhale as you shift back. Connect with your hips here, your hamstrings and calves, or calf. The other one's kind of passing right now. And the next time you rock forward, plant into your right hand as we inhale, left arm forward and up, circle it up. Connecting with the twist. That right shoulder stays strong. Your right leg. You want to find some engagement in there. So the right glute is engaged, your core, we're breathing. And let's begin to circle this arm around. Big circles. Maybe keeping your focus on your fingertips, toward your fingertips. And change direction. We'll take it back to center, tucking your back toes, lift the knee. Let's step back to plank. Inhale as you step back, knees up or down. On your exhale, slowly lower down. Even slower, peel it up to cobra. Hold it here, breathe. Have the heart open a little more, shoulders back. And even slower, back to child's pose. Knees together, knees apart. Connect with your breath. Your arms come down by your legs. Let go through the shoulders a little more. Take one more breath here. Connecting with the core. So keep your arms back by your legs if they're back there. I think you all have them back. All right, good. We're going to engage the core, and on the inhale, rise up to a seated position back on the knees. Good, so use the core to help you rise. Reach your arms out and up. And on your exhale, take it back down. Keep it controlled. Forehead touches. Inhale, rise again. So it's on the rise that you find that engagement, arms out and up. And exhale, take it back down. And again, inhale, arms out and up. And exhale. One more time, inhale. And exhale. Good. Keeping the forehead planted, extend the arms out in front. Taking the forearms to the mat, and we'll rise up to rabbit. So lift your hips, your head hovers above the mat. Walk your knees in a little bit closer towards your head. Gently interlock your fingers. Take a breath. When you're ready, tuck your toes and lift your hips to dolphin. The shoulders strong, engaged. Breathe into your belly. So lift and lower a few times. So let's inhale up to our toes. On the exhale, slowly lower the knees down and take your gaze towards your hands. Take a peek at your elbows. Try to get them under the shoulders. And when you're ready, inhale, lift back up on your toes. And exhale, slowly lower, taking your gaze towards your hands. Your fingers are loose. Inhale as you lift again. And we'll hold this time. You're always free to continue to lift and lower if you don't want to hold. And we're breathing wherever we are. And if you want to go a little deeper, we can inhale and reach the left leg out and up. And exhale, slowly set it back down. Inhale, right leg out and up. And exhale, slowly set it back down. One more time each side. Inhale, left. Exhale, release. Inhale, right. And exhale, release. Inhale up to your toes. And exhale, knees come down. Back to child's pose. Find your breath. Arms down by your legs. When you're ready to rise, engage your core. Let's roll back up to a seated position. Arms out and up. On your exhale, arms come out in front. Let's find a twist here, right over left. Twist the arms, lift the elbows. Inhale, looking up toward your right fingertips. Breathe. We'll inhale together. On your exhale, drop your elbows into your chest, round your back, squeeze your arms together so you feel a nice stretch across the upper back. Take a breath. Next inhale, untwist the arms, take them out wide, drawing the heart forward, shoulders back, arms way out wide, lifting the chin. And on your exhale, left arm over right, finding a twist on the other side. Inhale, lift the elbows, look up. Exhale, drop them down into your chest, round your back, squeeze your arms like you're trying to pull them apart, but they don't pull apart. Breathing. Next inhale, untwist, arms out wide, heart forward. And exhale, hands back to the mat. Moving through rounds of cat-cow again. Inhale as you drop your belly, lift your head. And exhale, round. Inhale. And exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Come back to neutral. And we'll walk our knees over to the left side. So your right knee comes to center. And let's inhale, left leg out behind us. Extend it out, lift your head. On the exhale, cross it over your right leg. So bring it all the way down. Both knees are down. Lower legs come out wide. And we're gonna rock forward and back. So straight forward, straight back. Try not to rock off to the side. Inhale forward, exhale back. I'm going to take this all the way back, so you might want to block. You might want to place a block back behind you. As you come back into a seated position, you might be able to come all the way down, so just take your time to set yourself up here. And we'll work to take our lower legs further forward. Our knees are doing the best to stack here. And we're sitting up nice and tall. So go ahead and sit up, find your posture. And let's inhale, arms out and up. On the exhale, arms come out in front. And we cross left over right, twisting the arms. Inhale, lift the elbows. Hold it here. If it's too much on your neck to look up, just keep your head straight. Relax the shoulders, find your breath. Breathing into your belly. Inhale together, maybe lifting a little more. On the exhale, elbows come down, round your back, drop your head. On your next inhale, lifting, untwist the arms, take it out wide. And we'll exhale, hands back behind you, interlocking or grabbing a wrist. Inhale, straighten the arms down the back. Open the shoulders, heart forward, lift your chin. And on your exhale, folding over your legs. Take it nice and slow in this fold. Your arms relax, but stay behind you. Take a deep breath. One more breath here. Next inhale rolls you up, releasing your arms out and up. And exhale, hands to heart center. Soft gaze down toward the mat. Deep breath. Good. Rocking forward enough so your hands come down to the mat. Hard to find that little rock out of there. And let's untwist the legs. Extend your left leg back behind you. Lift your head. Inhale. Lift it up high. Keep your core engaged. On the exhale, draw the knee in toward your nose and round your back. Inhale out behind you again. Lift your head. This time, bend the leg, lift the knee so that left leg comes over to the right side. And then look over your right shoulder. See if you can take a peek at your toes. And breathe. Inhale, extend it back behind you. And exhale, release it down. And round your back. Draw your chin towards your chest. And as you hold here, rock your hips a little bit from side to side, like a little residual tension in the low back. And we'll come back to a neutral spine. Now walking our knees over to the right side, left knee comes to center. Inhale, right leg back behind, lift your head. On the exhale, cross it over. Your knees are stacked, just like we did before. Lower legs out wide, rocking forward and back. Inhale forward. Exhale as far back as you can. Warming up to that seat. When you're ready to take your seat, you can make your way back. Good. Lower legs come forward. If possible, a little bit more. Knees are doing the best they can to be stacked. Sit up tall. Inhale, arms out and up. Up towards your thumbs. On the exhale, arms come out in front. And we're crossing right over left. Relax the shoulders, lift the elbows. Either keeping your head straight ahead or looking up toward your fingertips. Find your breath here. Inhale. Exhale. Dropping elbows into chest, round your back, drop your belly. Take a breath here. Next inhale, open wide. Exhale, hands behind, grabbing a wrist or interlocking the fingers. Inhale, open the heart, lift the chin. And on your exhale, slowly folding over. Doing what you can in this fold. And breathe. Let's inhale and roll it up, reaching the arms out and up. And exhale, hands to heart center. Take a moment here. Gentle gaze down. And rocking forward when you're ready. Back to our knees. Inhale, right leg out and up. Lift your head, engage your core. Exhale, knee to nose, round your back. Inhale, extend it out. Good, bend the leg, lift the knee. Opening that hip flexor. And then looking over the left shoulder. Remember to breathe. Now extend the back out. And exhale, release. Rounding your back, drop your head, tuck your toes, drawing your chin toward your chest. We'll come back to a neutral spine. And let's step our feet up, so to the outside of our hands as we come into a squat. Come into your squat, walk your hands forward a little bit. Warm up a little more before we pull down. So on your inhale, come into a fold, lift your hips, drop in, maybe come up to your toes. And on the exhale, drop back down to a squat, lift your head. Good. Inhale, lift your hips. And exhale, lower. Good. Inhale, lift. Exhale, lower. Inhale, lift. Exhale, lower. Inhale, lift. And exhale, lower. Couple more times. Inhale. And exhale. Inhale. Exhale. From here, support yourself into a seated position. And we'll take our legs out wide. Sitting up tall, so your upper body dictates how wide your legs can come out. We want to flex the feet. Pressing your knees toward the mat, the backs of your knees toward the mat. Close your eyes. Connect with your posture. So as you lengthen up, you want to feel that lift out from the hips. And with that lift, you'll feel the engagement in your legs. Inhale, reach your arms out and up. Palms touch at the top. Exhale, hands to heart center. We'll inhale, come back to the posture. Exhale, folding flat back, maybe halfway, could be less. So just listen to your body, but find that extension out from your hips. And we'll inhale and rise back up. Let's reach the arms out and up. Exhale, hands to heart center as we lower at the same time. So again, maybe halfway, could be a quarter of the way or a third. Doesn't matter, just find your posture. Inhale, coming up, reach it out and up. Keep your feet flexed. Exhale, lower as hands come to heart center. Inhale, one more time, reach it out and up. And exhale, extending, reaching the heart forward. Hands come down, drop into the fold. See where it takes you. Find your breath. Take one more breath here. And let's inhale and roll it back up. Arms out and up. And exhale, arms out, down and back behind you. So again, continuing to keep your feet flexed. Let's lean into our hands. Our fingertips are pointing straight ahead if you can. And lift the heart, lift the chin. Draw the shoulders back, heart forward, and breathe. Connect with the spine. So you can kind of press your hips forward, finding a little back bend here, but through the extension of the front side of your torso. Inhale. On the exhale, hands come to your legs, sliding down as you fold forward again. Flat back for as long as you can before dropping all the way into the fold. Take a deep breath. And let's round our back as we roll up. Position. Slide your legs together. Shift it out. Good. Let's support ourselves onto our back. So take your arms out, palms up. We'll inhale. And on the exhale, rolling onto your back. Maybe you fold behind your legs to support yourself. And when you get there, give yourself a big stretch. Reach your arms overhead, point your toes, deep breath. And let's draw the knees into the chest, wrapping the arms around the legs. Pretty firm hold here, feet next to each other. And rock from side to side. And just stay with your breath. And we'll come back to center. Keeping your knees in, arms out wide, palms down. Let's inhale. And on the exhale, twisting to the left side. Both legs over, your head slowly turns to the right side. And the palm turns up, right palm turns up. And go ahead and slide that right arm over the shoulder. So you have an extension of your spine through that arm. Your left hand can rest on your legs or your belly, connecting with your breath. Breathing up the spine. We'll draw us back on the exhale. Turn your head a little bit more. We'll engage the core. Inhale back to center. And over to the right side. And into the twist. The left arm raises. Palm of the hand turns up. Turning your head slow. Again, right hand is either resting on your legs or your belly. Engage your core and inhale back to center. And let's extend our legs up toward the ceiling. The block you have each here. So when you get your block, you can come back to this, but with that block tucked under your hips. Block tucked under, the legs up, and just connect with our breath. Maybe take your arms overhead. You decide what feels right. Arms overhead, hands resting on your belly. Just redirecting your breath to your belly. Keeping your arms down by your sides and wrapping your fingers around the block. So let your legs drop toward your head. So you're coming to a modified cloud pose. If you're feeling a shoulder stand, then you can take it into your shoulder stand. Lift your hips up off the block. And either shoulder stand or plow. With the breath. Wherever you are, take 2 or 3 more breaths. Get ready to release. Slow. Especially if you're in your shoulder stand, full expression. Back to the block, which is a nice support. And then plant your feet down. Take the block out from underneath you. Rock your knees from side to side. Take it back to center, crossing left ankle above your right knee. Reclining pigeon. Lifting the right knee in toward the chest. You can clasp behind that right leg, both hands, and use your left elbow to open the left knee a little bit more. Draw the right knee in, press the left knee open. Face and neck are relaxed. For a little more intensity, you can flex those feet. Your breath. And if you bring movement in, you're just rocking your lower body. Your torso doesn't really move with you, just legs from side to side. Very slow, because again, that's going to intensify into the hip. Take one more breath here. Releasing your right foot back, followed by the left. Let's stretch it out, extend both legs out, arms overhead, deep breath before moving on to the other side. And then when you're ready, planting your feet back, right ankle over left knee. Draw it in, clasp behind the leg. So draw the left knee in, press the right one away. Flexing your feet, maybe bringing in some rocking. Take it easy. Stay mindful of how your hips feel. And just remember to breathe. Breathe into the space where you feel the most sensation. One more breath. And slowly release. Feet planted. Checking in with your body as you prepare for Shavasana. Any other movements, postures that you might need. It might feel good to take the soles of your feet together, knees out wide for a few breaths, just to counter some of the work that we did. I'm not sure if you're doing meditation, but we'll have a few minutes of each minute. Just give me a more visual set now for that. But just relax. Let your practice integrate. I recommend when before finding your Shavasana, draw the shoulders down away from the ears, and extend your legs out from the hips, and then relax from there. right side. Going up there. And from here, moving at your own pace. Coming up to a seated position. When you're ready. Eyes closed. Hands up, heart center. Those feelings of gratitude for one another. Showing up. Breathing. Our heads down toward our hearts to honor the wisdom within. Bow a little deeper to honor the hearts and wisdom of many teachers and ancestors. Feel our practice this morning with the sound of Om, kind of sealing this practice, opening to our next practice. Have a little break in between. Take a deep breath in. Namaste. Perfect. Hope you're staying for meditation. Feel free to sit up against the wall.
Enjoy. I have to scoot and wake up my child.
You know what I mean? Like, right, I know.
I should just.
Oh my God.
That was like, I love cow cake. I love eagle. Oh my God. Those are all the stuff.
She just does it so effortlessly.
I know it's because she's I get that. It's like,
Teach something that I can't do. It's really.
Even though I'm just playing it, sometimes that doesn't happen.
Well, no, right, exactly.
Have a good one, Amy. Yeah.
And so I'll email you the meeting. I'm like.
Yeah, I have it covered. You're good. Yep, yep. Thank you. Have a good one.
Well, I just wasn't doing well, I think, because of my background. Now I can do it. Exactly, and I was like, I'm like sitting cross-legged, my legs are coming closer to the floor, and I'm like, oh my gosh. But like, when I was teaching, I tried not seeing to go to. And I realized that people do it, the class is a class, no in the class, no in the class. You know, it's like more real. In your idea, because if you can't do something, you can talk to someone who do it. Because like as you're trying to do it. Yeah, like it's just not a baby, her body's different. And like, and so she's going through these things. And so you can talk to it's in our practice at home, our practice. Oh yeah. But you know, when you feel whatever it is, it's your feeling. So that's why I don't think being able to say it. Right. Like when we were doing, legs out wide.
Yeah.
My legs don't go wide.
No, your hips, that's what you have tight hips, yeah, and hamstrings.
Don't go, when you're folding forward, I'm going like a quarter
Yep.
inch,
Totally.
Yeah.
And I mean, like really, as long as, hopefully you felt like a little give by the end, that's really all, we can maybe, and maybe not,
Yeah.
Because I know that extension from most people is very hard to be flat back and leaning forward, and it's the hips, it's the hamstrings, it's
I
the
mean,
whole.
I can barely, just getting my legs out wide, I feel like I'm usually back here.
Yeah.
We're still sitting up tall is an accomplishment.
Yeah, no, it's totally true.
What time does meditation start?
3 minutes ago. Yeah. And it's about, I think it's 20 minutes or so. Yeah, I'm just gonna play a guided meditation because
That's fine.
I would definitely like to join in. So 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, so I have some built-in time because then the next thing starts at 7:55. So, all right.
There was some people joining us, so I want to put cushion.
Good morning.
So we'll test it today and see if doing yoga before meditation
Is the way to
Is the
go.
way to go.
Supposedly, it's the whole reason for it. The physical practice. So when you're ready, just close your eyes. The meditation. Yeah, so some weeks I'll play one, I'll read one, maybe it'll be silent sometimes. It just all depends on the week.
palms together, facing upward. Close your eyes. Begin simply noticing your breath. Observe the inflow and outflow of your breath without attempting to control it in any way. You will find that your breathing spontaneously becomes faster or slower. Immediately pause for a time. Allow the changes to occur without resistance and anticipation. Whenever your attention drifts away from the breath to a thought in your mind, sensation in your body, sound in your environment, gently return your awareness to it. Continue with this breathing awareness meditation for about 5 minutes. Now stop doing the breathing awareness. Bring your attention into your heart. Experience gratitude in your heart, considering all the things in your life for which you are grateful. Think about the people that you love, people who share their love with you. Spend a few minutes now reviewing gifts in your life which you appreciate. Your awareness in your heart. Let go of all grievances, resentments, and regrets. Repeat the following statement derived from the Course in Miracles to help you release toxic emotions. Every decision I make is a choice between a grievance and a miracle. I relinquish all regrets, grievances, and choose the miracle. Every decision I make is a choice between the grievance and the miracle. Relinquish all regrets, grievances, and resentments. Choose the miracle. Every decision I make is a choice between the grievance and the miracle. I relinquish all regrets, grievances, and resentments. Choose the miracle. Now think of anyone you may be holding a grudge or resentment against. Visualize them in your awareness. Practice forgiveness. Recognize them. Everyone is doing their best in state of consciousness. Have the intention to forgive others and yourself for any trespasses they have resulted in. your attention back into your heart and imagine a point of light pulsating. Bring your attention back into your heart and imagine a point of light pulsating in your heart. Think of this light as the light of the soul. Experience this point of light pulsating in your heart, matching the throbbing and beating in your heart. Each throb radiates the qualities of your soul. Love, willingness, and grace. Chit Ana. Love, willingness, Chit Ana. Imagine this point of light throbbing with love, willingness, and bliss. Each throb sends waves of love, willingness, and bliss throughout your entire body, so that every cell in your body is pulsating with these three qualities of your soul. So now start to practice this. Love, willingness, and bliss. A point of light pulsating in your heart. Love, willingness, pulsating with light from your heart. Yes. Pulsating is a point of light from your heart. Now that you have practiced this for some time, move this point of light to any part of your body that requires healing. If you have an upset stomach, a backache, or tension in the muscle, move the point of light to that location and let it pulsate. Love, willingness, willingness, goodness. Point of light pulsating. Love, willingness, point of light pulsating in your heart. And now, where you wish to bring about the process of healing. Love, willingness, love, willingness, love, willingness, love, willingness, chill, chill, love, 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 chin. Mouth. 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 Bring the point of back. Let it slowly take the middle ribs. Return to observing your breath for a few minutes. You are now ready for the next component of the soul of healing meditations. Keep your eyes closed. Keeping your eyes closed, now have awareness of your body. Awareness in the body. It means awareness in every cell of the body. You in every cell of the body. Consciousness in every cell of the body. Bliss in every cell of the body. Love in every cell of the body. Knowingness in every cell of the body. Awareness in the body. Level of being. Consciousness. Intelligence. Every cell. Pure consciousness. Yes. Infinite organizing power. Infinite creativity. Infinite healing potential. In every cell. We now proceed to the healing from the breathing down. As we listen to these movements, keep our awareness in the body, knowing the body is responding with infinite creativity to us, that we will progress.
Your eyes closed. Open your eyes. To begin to read from this book, Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. 25 minutes of meditation. I know, like I kind of wanted to continue for the next, maybe we'll do that next time. To listen to the root data. But similarly, I believe this book has a similar message, a little more modern, but old still. And I've never read it, so we'll be experiencing this for the first time together. So Shanti Deva, how to enjoy a life of great meaning and altruism. So Bodhisattva dedicates their life to dedicates their infinite life to the enlightenment of others. They choose to be reborn again and again until every last person is enlightened. So Shanti Deva is the person that wrote this, an ancient poem for the modern world. Chapter 1, an explanation of the benefits of bodhicitta. And we'll pause maybe along the way and kind of see where we're at and talk about it a little bit. Whereas all other virtues are like plantain trees, in that they are exhausted once they bear fruit. The enduring celestial tree of bodhicitta is not exhausted, but increases by bearing fruit. And bodhicitta is the mind, when you have a pure mind. Homage to the enlightened Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, an explanation of the benefits of bodhicitta. I prostrate to the enlightened Buddhas endowed with the truth body, and to the Bodhisattvas and all other objects of prostration. I will explain briefly, in accordance with the scriptures, how to engage in the condensed practices of the Bodhisattva. There is nothing written here that has not been explained before, and I have no special skills in composition. My reason for writing this is to benefit others and to keep my mind acquainted. Thus, the strength of my faith and my virtuous realizations might for a while be increased by this, and perhaps others who are fortunate as I might also find this meaningful to behold. This precious human life, so hard to find, offers the ultimate goal for living beings. If we do not strive to accomplish this goal now, how will such a precious opportunity arise again? Just as on a dark and cloudy night, a flash of lightning for a moment illuminates all, so for the worldly, through the power of Buddha's blessings, a virtuous intention occasionally and briefly occurs. Thus, while our virtues are mostly weak, our non-virtues are extremely strong and fearsome. Other than bodhicitta, a compassionate mind wishing for enlightenment, what virtue can overcome the heaviest evils? The able ones, the Buddhas, who have considered this for many aeons, have all seen bodhicitta to be the most beneficial because through it, countless masses of living beings can easily attain the supreme bliss of enlightenment. Those who wish to destroy their own suffering, those who wish to dispel the suffering of others, those who wish to experience much happiness should never forsake the practice of bodhicitta. The moment bodhicitta is generated, even in pitiful beings bound with the prisons of samsara, they become bodhisattvas, a son or daughter of Buddha, and are worthy of veneration by humans and worldly gods. Just like the supreme elixir that transmutes into gold, bodhicitta can transform this impure body we have taken into the priceless jewel of a Buddha's form. Therefore, firmly maintain bodhicitta. Since the limitless wisdom of Buddha, the sole navigator of living beings, upon thorough investigation, had seen its preciousness. Those who wish to be free from samsara's suffering should firmly maintain this precious mind of bodhicitta. Whereas all other virtues are like plantain trees, in that they are exhausted once they bear fruit. The enduring celestial tree of bodhicitta is not exhausted, but increases by bearing fruit. Just as when those who are gently afraid rely upon a courageous one, whoever relies upon bodhicitta will immediately be freed from danger, even if they have committed unbearable acts. So why do the conscientious not rely upon it? Just like the fire at the end of the neon, in an instant it completely consumes all great wrongdoing. Its countless benefits were explained by the wise protector Maitreya to Bodhisattva Sudana. In brief, you should know the bodhicitta has two types: the mind that observes enlightenment and aspires, and the mind that observes enlightenment and engages. Just as the distinction between wishing to go and actually going is understood, so respectively the wise should understand the difference between these two bodhicittas. From the mind that aspires to enlightenment, great effects arise while in samsara, but an uninterrupted flow of good fortune does not ensue, as it does from the engaging mind. For whoever takes up the engaging mind of bodhicitta with the intention never to turn back from completely liberating the infinite living beings throughout all realms, from this time forth, for him there will arise, even if he is asleep or apparently unconcerned, vast and powerful merit equal to space that flows without interruption. For the sake of those with lesser inclinations, these benefits were explained with logical reasons by the Tathagata himself, which is the Buddha, in sutra requested by Sabhagu. If even the thought to relieve the headaches of others is a beneficial intention, that results in infinite merit. What can be said of the wish to dispel the immeasurable misery of each and every living being and lead them all to countless good qualities? Does our father or mother have such a beneficial intention as this? Do the gods or the sages? Does even Brahma himself? If before generating bodhicitta, these living beings do not even dream of such a mind for their own sakes, how will they develop it for the sake of others? This mind to benefit living beings, which does not arise in others even for their own sakes, is an extraordinary jewel of a mind, whose birth is an unprecedented wonder. How can we possibly measure the benefits of this jewel of a mind, the source of joy for all living beings, and the cure for all their sufferings? If the mere intention to benefit others is more meritorious than making offerings to the Buddha, what can be said of Buddhas? What can be said of actually striving for the happiness of every single living being? Although living beings wish to be free from suffering, they run straight towards the causes of suffering. And although they wish for happiness, out of ignorance they destroy it like a foe. For those who are deprived of happiness and afflicted with many sorrows, bodhicitta bestows upon them boundless joy, eradicates all their suffering, and even dispels their confusion. Where is their virtue equal to this? Where is there even such a friend? Where is there merit such as this? If even someone who repays a kindness is worthy of some praise, what can be said of the bodhisattva who helps others, regardless of whether they or not they help him? If someone regularly or even just once gives food in a disdainful manner, which satisfies a few beings for only half a day, people honor him or her as virtuous. So what can be said of one who eternally gives to countless living beings the everlasting, unsurpassed bliss of the Sugatas, fulfilling all their wishes? Buddha said that whoever generates an evil mind towards a bodhisattva, supreme benefactor, will remain in hell for as many eons as the moments for which the evil mind was generated. But for whoever generates a pure mind of faith, the effects of good fortune will increase even more than that. Even when bodhisattvas are faced with great adversity, negativity does not arise. Rather, their virtues naturally increase. I prostrate to those who have generated the holy, precious mind of bodhicitta, and I go for refuge to those sources of happiness who bestow bliss even upon those who harm them. This concludes the first chapter of Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, explanation of the benefits of bodhicitta. Where does that sit with you? I know, that is a lot. What stood out? If there was one thing that you could pull from there, it was a lot. It is a lot. The explanation of the benefits of bodhicitta. So bodhicitta being compassionate mind, wishing for enlightenment or working to bring all others to enlightenment. Do you believe that you can do that? Yeah.
I think so. I guess, as I don't know, can you still be you can encourage others towards that, but I mean, flawless to do it.
I don't think so. I mean, because I think it's a practice, or like anything else. So then you're constantly practicing. Well, yeah, you're just practicing all like basically the purifying, right? The thoughts, words, and actions, so the body, speech, mind, or energy. And from what I gather from the things that I've read and learned and practiced, like the more you do that, the more naturally it's generated. So then it's not even like I'm trying as much. And then you become that. And I think that's what affects people more, right? Is like you being a certain way, and then that kind of radiates. And also, like, right, exactly. And the altruism, a great book about that is Standing at the Edge by Joan Halifax. Have you read that one? It's so good because she talks about different altruistic states and explained it. I never really knew exactly what that meant, but it's like the action, compassionate action, and you know the different variations of that, like what we think is helping, but it really could be harming. And so she really explains it well in that book if you ever want to read more into it. So altruism is that supposedly the natural place that we act from. Like we read about it. We've all done it too, but like when someone jumps like to get someone out of the way of like a car, you know, that kind of where you're not even thinking, you're just acting. But much smaller degrees, you know, without needing accolades or to anyone to even know what you're doing. That's why, you know, we meditate and we do these practices because like Ram Dass said, everything happens really in, like inside of your heart. So no one actually needs to know. So even though this is very formal, supposedly it's informal, but it's pretty formal. The idea of bodhisattva has always been like very, I don't know, it's been on my mind for a long time. And I always thought you have to take vows and, you know, because there are in certain lineages, you know, you take a vow and like, I think that you said that. Can you? What did you say before about?
Can you have flaws?
Right. Can you have flaws? Right. So that was always my thing. So I'm like, am I ever going to be able to, you know, give this up or whatever? And I don't think that really matters because it's just like imagine everybody aspiring to live this way. Like the world would already be such a different place. You know. Can you even imagine talking about this stuff to some people? No. That's why I love Josh, because he will literally talk about it to anyone. Wow. Like, it just makes sense. We should all be acting this way, or trying to.
Well, he's trying to like sustain.
Oh, yeah. The more he learns, he's like, this is, oh, like, it's so, it makes so much sense. And it's crazy that this is not more interwoven. Like, we were doing a little cross-examination yesterday, because Buddhism and yoga are science, right? There's steps. Do this and this is going to happen. Like, we know it's already been tried and true for thousands of years. And then we would cross referencing that with, you know, like Christianity, and they do have the 10 Commandments. So there is like some overlap, but it's like, what is the difference that where like the impact, or is it as strong? I guess, what is your opinion about that? Like, is it as strong? And Buddhism and yoga are not a religion. You know, obviously Christianity, Catholicism are religions, but there's still steps to being a better person. But it's young, like comparatively, like this is at least 7,000 years old, or that's like 2,000 years old. So I think maybe that.
I think it can be equally as effective.
Yeah.
It just depends on the person, you know, and their commitment, I guess, to being a very generous, giving person.
Yeah. Because I have seen it, like in different walks of life. But then there's so many people that just like their minds are like turned off. It's like, what is that?
Well, it's like, you know, going to church on Sunday and coming out and swearing at the neighbor because he cut you off in the parking lot, you know? So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, you feel kind of like that was a waste of time.
Well, and I think that the difference, again, we're talking about like yoga and Buddhism, not a religion, but versus a religion, and like the fear of going to hell. Like, so people will go to church to get the check in the box and be like, staying out of hell this week, you know? So like, so how do you genuinely get someone to want to be a good person? It's so weird that it's not at the top of everyone's mind. Like, I don't know. I guess we can't control everyone.
I feel like in this culture, you just so many people are just trying to. So many people are selfish, you know. I mean, they're you know looking out for themselves and you know how they can advance in you know whatever it is they're doing, you know,
Right.
and they're not giving enough consideration to everybody around.
Right.
It's like, where did that get lost, and how long ago did that get lost?
I know. And
Slowly, generationally, my age, her age, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you can start to see it slipping away.
Yes.
And it's society and whatever they're doing in schools and whatever, like now, I mean, things, our eyes have been opened, I think, to what's going on right underneath our eye, right underneath, we've been watching this, but not doing anything about it. It's just like you said, we're selfish, just kind of like, we're in our box, we're doing this, we're doing that.
Right.
And
Yeah, I can remember my parents and my in-laws, you know, saying, "Oh gosh, you know, I just feel so bad for you trying to bring children up in this, you know, this generation, this environment, or whatever. You know, there's just so many more things that we have to worry about, you know, now that we didn't have to worry about when you were growing up, and now I can see it with my children and my grandchildren and the way the world is, and it's like, what? But I agree, you know, it just building upon itself. And instead of going in a better direction, it's going in a worse one.
I know. I mean, I know what you're saying, but I think, like, if we look, I try to note. I don't know. I think because I feel that way too, and then I like when I look a little bit deeper, it's like there is something happening that. Well, there's a huge separation, obviously. Like, there's either people that like literally just don't care at all. They want everything to stay the same, and then there is the younger generation that is trying to shake things up. They don't really know what the hell they're doing,
Mhm.
but they're trying,
But
like,
they know what's
They
happening,
know,
it's
they
not.
feel it's something inside.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
So there's
I
more
agree.
emotion, but it's like, we don't know, this is where there's like that disconnect with schools, like, nobody's taught emotional intelligence, it's really not taught at home, and we don't, in the West, you know, some places obviously in the East, but there is something happening, and I think it could be positive, but I think it's gonna take a while, it's gonna take however many generations to like work through it, but I do believe that there is a current that's just like it has to be different. Like we cannot, but they don't know how. But they're figuring it out, and I think it's pretty cool to watch. Because some of it drives me crazy because it's a different ethics, I guess ish. But then I'm like, no, that's the old, that's the way that I was raised versus like what needs to happen. Releasing power and releasing the need for financial success, and actually embracing each other as like a unified force of beings instead of like all these separations and divides, which is separating people more. But again, I can see, well, I hope anyway, there's so much more like change happening now than before, So there's a lot of, it takes courage and also like these practices to have true, I think to have true courage, or else it ends up like with a lot of anger and bitterness and violence and all that, which we don't want. But so it is a weird time that feels like negative, but also I do see, because I see it in my kids, and I see that they are just different, like they are more accepting, and the striving from our parents' generation and past generations to become something because you're trying to live in someone else's shadow, like that's going away, which is awesome. But what does it look like, right? Like we're just gonna be shaken up until we die, I'm sure.
Right, exactly.
I know the world is expanding in so many different directions, like scientifically, and I feel like the point, like in my human mind, it's like the point is evolution, like how do you're expanding, but how do you come together? And that's why it feels so good to come here, because it's like, it reminds me to how do I connect with myself and with the universe,
Yeah.
and with each other.
Yeah.
And I feel like that expansion on a universe level has affected like how we see each other and how disconnected we are.
Yeah.
I think it's the coming together part that seems like it's not quite there yet, you know what I mean?
Right.
But I think as us coming together, like you said, the universe, and it's like we're bringing it by doing our practice. So it's like, if you said the kids are, I have kids close to your age, a little bit older, whatever, and it's funny, you do see all that stuff, but I think you're right. It's like if we keep putting this in the universe, and that whole financial thing, it's like, yeah, that's how it's so driven before, but some people are they're kind of diminishing that financial, and so what do we have next? It's like these kids can do some
Working together and living your purpose more.
Working, you're right, and exactly. So instead of relying on so many things, I think we're going to see big changes. Like, you'll have a garden, you'll have a garden, I'll have a garden, I'll grow this and you grow that, and kind of come together and kind of just swap. And it seems so old from like the turn of the century. Why are we going back to that? But that's what
works.
That's what works, and it's healthy instead of all the stuff that's whatever. It's all the stuff, but that's going that. But
But and imagine that though, with everything we know, it's way more holistic. That was, we didn't see your neighbor.
Right,
You know what I
right.
mean? Now it's like, we want
yes,
to do this
Yes.
with and for each other. So that's like
Right.
the coming back together in community.
I'm getting chills.
Yeah, I just
But,
like,
because it's true, it's coming back together. Like, you're right, and you made a comment about technology. I think in the end of your email said that this is why I love technology, because we have like the different things, whatever. Or maybe you said it.
yeah, we have our friends on Zoom. I
Right.
should have the TV on for this.
And that's where the younger generation is going to help us older.
Yeah.
Like, to kind of like, to help bring it together, because they're so good at it, we're just kind of like, ugh, but there is good with it.
Yeah.
And if we can just bring that and bring that together, so that's gonna bring the younger with us.
Right. And keeping it the focus on, compassion, and because there is a lot of stuff. I mean, there's so much stuff.
It's just, it's so good.
So to keep bringing it back, so there is Spring Washam. I don't know if any of you have ever heard. Has anybody ever heard of her? She's an awesome meditation teacher, but way more than that. So I want to find it so I can read the description, because you might be interested in the book. She just published a book. The Spirit of Harriet Tubman, Awakening from the Underground. So this description of this is the spirit of Harriet Tubman, who was called the Moses of her people, is rising again, and we can call forth her spirit to embody incredible strength and unwavering courage. Combining direct transmissions of Harriet's message with insightful explorations of her life and legacy, this extraordinary book gives us support and inspiration to deepen our roots of resilience and become powerful conductors of love and truth in our own lives. And she says, we're in the midst of another civil rights revolution, and a movement of the heart is underway. Each chapter of this book examines a different facet of Harriet's prophetic life, with teachings on how her lessons can be applied to what is happening in our world today. Whether we need to focus on cultivating supportive practices for ourselves, or on developing skills to engage more broadly with what is unfolding in the larger world, the inspiring story of Harriet Tubman can support us as we respond to this unprecedented time. We can learn how to remain fearless in the face of hatred and confusion, and through Harriet Tubman's guidance, we can learn how to meet the challenges of this moment with a compassionate heart. So she was actually trained directly under Jack Cornfield.
What's your
Spring Washam. So regular spring, and then
Yeah.
Washam, Washam.
name?
You probably have seen her. Yeah. She's really, really like her. She's such a gentle person, but like powerful, because her vision is so strong to like face, or not even face, but yeah, face and like uplift while moving forward through these times, like to create, I think, more holistic, and I mean that with everyone, not just within ourselves, like community of just obviously acceptance, and also raising that up to the point, we have to go through a bunch of stuff first, I believe, but then to the point where, we can all commune from a place of just, our souls. But I think in that we have to recognize the pain and the suffering, that has happened for so long, in order to evolve to that place where we can really come together and see each other for what we are. So there's a lot of people, I think that's what the scary part is, a lot of anger. There's a lot, but I don't know. Anyway, that's why I just always come back to this. I'm like, what can I do? Because I'm like, I don't really know how to be involved. This is the only way that I know how to be involved, is to try to create community,
Right, and that's like, is it, since the first day I've been here, 9 years ago, it's like, I loved it, like, oh my gosh, it just felt amazing. Even though you were going through a lot of stuff yourself, I had no idea, you know what I'm saying, but it just, but I was going through my own stuff
Yeah.
too, so I was just like, I'm here. I
right?
had to get away from everybody, just get me out of my house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't put the work in as much as I couldn't. I just didn't have time. I'd go home and it was just whatever. It's just interesting. But so yes, what you're building, and like, so when you say like, how do we, like, by not so much teaching, and some always say like know, it's like a lecture, and I'm always like explaining about how the body works, and that to like his friends who don't know anything about stretching, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, but when you speak about it, just like in conversations, when you're someplace and people want to hear something and they know they want to change, they're gonna.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like that. It's not like you have to lecture. And I think by having this community, people are it's gonna start to grow, and people are gonna be like, we just want to feel just good, and then they start realizing it's not a pill, not this, not that, all that stuff, TV, all that stuff's just gonna go. It's all just numbing, you know. And this is not. This is like you are doing. You know, you start small, and it just grows and grows and grows.
Well, and I think it's just talking about it, you know, having the, like now every Monday and with the Round Dots Fellowship and just doing it. Before I was like apprehensive because, you know, I've always been told like, you always go so deep and I'm like, I can't help it. I've been this way since I was born. Like I'm just always go right in for the deepest stuff. But it's just so, and I would hold back because I know some people are uncomfortable with it, but then I'm just like, I don't care. I'm just gonna do it, and whoever shows up, shows up. And you know, then we journey on this together. And you know, every time that I share space with anyone, I'm like a little bit more. Just let them know a little bit more, and realize there's a reason why. You know, and everybody joins together, and I feel like there's a reason why we're more curious about this. You know, there's certain people that are meant to be more awake than others, you know, and that's not to like minimize anybody else's life. It's just the way that it is, that everybody's capable of it 100%, you know, but other people choose to actually walk down that, like the Bodhisattva path. And that's what I talk about in the yoga teacher training. Like we're all training to be the yoginis, you know, the original wisdom, you know, it's obviously is from men and women, but the more balanced that divine feminine and the divine masculine. So it's like tapping into that. Like whenever I read this stuff, some of it I don't understand, some of it I do, but I always feel like we're like tapping into that, you know, is the balanced energies and I love that word. It's been coming up so much, generating compassion. Like it just sounds like an engine, you know, we're like compassion engines,
Right.
you know, and like that's what you do, and you can feel it when you meditate. Like when Deepak is talking about the heart, you know, the light emanating from your heart, and you can actually feel that and visualize it and be like, yeah, I can heal just by breathing in and out from this place within me. Like that's what our cells want. And so if we look at ourselves, the thing that I read in the beginning of the yoga class about that we're a microcosm of the macro. And so what we do generates that in the world. Like if we look at ourselves as this compassion engine, then, you know, that's how we contribute to the rest of the world. You know, it's just by doing these things and these practices. So we are engines of compassion. What time is it? 3:24.
I was reading, it was actually yesterday, I was reading an article, it was about FBI, how they have this paranormal group, it's like super secret, but it was talking about exactly that. It was a segment, and a lot of it was confidential, so I couldn't read it, but it was how to heal your body. And it was focusing on that, and when I was following that meditation, I felt it. I'm like, oh, this could be real. This is real.
Yes.
It was so interesting because I keep that all secret. Like no one can know about it, but because it works.
There's no money in healing yourself. This is the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That can't put money.
It is. I know. But we can't. You know. You can't you just got to keep on doing it within yourself and teach other people.
Right.
They
make us change because they're seeping into our organic stuff, and now they're taking control of that. So okay, we'll move on to the next thing. You know, for our own stuff, whatever it is. But
Yeah.
we have to keep evolving.
Right. Yeah.
Evolving. We have to keep evolving. So they're gonna try to do that. So we'll just keep evolving.
I mean, if you look at like the Dalai Lama's history and what he has overcome fleeing from Tibet and losing so many. I mean, that trek out of Tibet into India on foot was insane. Like what he has been through, what he's overcome, and how he's been able to maintain his peace and his compassion. He is a bodhisattva, actual, living
Right.
being, breathing. It's possible. Like I just look at him and I'm like, he has been through more than any of us could ever imagine, and has maintained his peace, through, because he constantly comes back to the practice, and he's constantly in that like bodhisattva compassion generator. He is definitely a generator.
Like Thich Nhat Hanh.
Oh man, yes. Totally. So I had the honor of being in Thich Nhat Hanh's presence. I don't know when it was, maybe in 2012 or something like that. There's a monastery in San Diego, and I was living in Arizona at the time. So a couple of friends and I went, and he was doing a walking meditation that day. And he was like one of the first Buddhist teachers that I came across a long time ago, and I was very excited to see him in person. And I was expecting to feel like I was seeing someone famous, like I was nervous, like how does this go? And we're all standing around in a circle outside. There was maybe 100 people. And then he had already started the walking meditation. So he was walking up, and it was like this thing that happened that it was just like, if you were to have the perfect parent, or family member, that's what it was. There was no like, oh my God, it's Thich Nhat Hanh. It was just like, wow, that's what that feels like to have a family member. That's what he was. There's no ego whatsoever. And because I think that's where that comes from with famous people, the ego, but no ego, just pure compassion. There was no right or wrong or being nervous around him or anything, and then we just all walked silently, and it was just like, for the rest of my life. But his presence and what he has generated, like that compassion, meditating on compassion and prayers of compassion. And it's amazing how it radiates from these beings. We're all meant to do that. Be Buddhists. That's what Maharaji would say. He's a Buddha. Jesus, whoever you want to say, they're all there to show us that that's what we can be, not necessarily that we need to worship that, but it's like this is possible. We can be these generators of compassion. So the next chapter is purifying negativity. So maybe we'll save that for next time, or we'll read about something else. But it is a pretty deep book. But it looks like he goes into different practices, and relying upon patience is another chapter. So I think he's going to explain, if it's like other sutra books, because it's all numbered too, like a sutra book. He's going to explain basically how to become a bodhisattva for the rest of the book. The first chapter kind of explains what it looks like, and then I think the rest of the book explains how to do it. So maybe we'll continue on with that. But I really appreciate you guys coming today. Relying upon mental stabilization. Okay, that's a good chapter. And it's really what you listened to on the way here, Michelle, the balance, what I talked about. So what that little talk was about, like our tendencies to swing from being like hiding in our cave, and then sometimes we're fully in our confidence. But it was about like, how do you show up no matter how you're feeling? And people get so caught up. It was about the cards, like picking a card. That's what it was. And how like if you have oracles, a lot of people have cards now. You pick one every day. It's these huge inspirational messages, and we're reading. We're like, yes, this is going to be the day today. You get feeling really good. Then you move through your day, and your day is your day. It could be really shitty. And so you go from this big swing where you feel super confident about your day to feeling like defeated. And then you don't want to show up for the thing that you wanted to show up for because your energy has been sucked away. So how do you prevent that? And it's from not having those big swings and also just showing up no matter what, even if it feels like shit. Like how many times last night I was like, I couldn't cancel this morning. I just because I wasn't sleeping because Julia was wide awake all night. I'm like, it's okay, we can start next week. And I'm like, no, you're showing up, you're gonna live, it's okay. Everybody's gonna be tired. And this is the beginning, of a new practice. So it really is just showing up and then you grow your capacity to continue to show up. So especially for women, I think we have like bigger swings, hormones and different things. I know I do. So like when I don't have PMS, I have a lot more confidence. I don't mind being in front of a room and talking. And then when I do, I'm quieter. Like, when my hormones shift, I am quieter. I'm more emotional. And it's hard for me sometimes to sit up here. And that's a lot of the times when you start your practice lying down. So I'm like, don't look at me. It's hard when you just like show up and see what happens and let go of expectations. So that's the first part of becoming the yogini or the bodhisattva that we want to become, is just showing up no matter how you feel. So that way you can continue to generate the compassion and generate the things that are important to you. And recognize that you can do it, and it's never going to look perfect, right? Like we go back to the vow thing. There's no such thing as that, especially because we live regular lives, where we work and we have kids or whatever we have going on, and we're doing different things. So we don't get to live in a temple yet. This is our temple for now,
Right.
and we get to visit it somewhat on a regular basis. But anyway, that's what that little talk was about, is how do you show up even when it's hard to show up. And I've seen it a million times, like here, people that get into yoga or healing and they're like, all right, I'm ready, like I put me on the schedule to be a Reiki practitioner, that in particular. And I'm like, okay, I don't do anything because I already know what's going to happen. And then they fall off the face of the mat. But I'm like, what happened? Oh, something came up, whatever. I was going through this, then it comes into like, I was going through this major thing and I need more time. I'm not ready yet. But I'm like, you're always going to go through a major thing. You still, no, just like, you can't wait to be a bodhisattva, like where you feel like, okay, I am compassionate enough now that I can be altruistic toward people. You just do it all the time. And then you learn from that. But it is funny in this realm of work where people are like, all right, I'm ready. Because they're at like their peak of the month or whatever, the week, and then they just fall off. And I'm like, all right, they'll be back again in another month. And it's just like, just do it. You don't have to really be anywhere to start. You just start and then start where you are and move forward and do your practices. Read something every day. As soon as you start moving your bodies, that like your mind changes. If you close your eyes, maybe you have a shitty meditation. Who cares? That doesn't matter. You meditated, and that's where those little shifts come in. And then gathering together with like-minded people helps too, because then you don't feel alone. And the best can be another thing.
I don't even think it's so much alone. I just think it's such a different energy when you do stuff with.
Oh, totally. Yeah, there is. It's way easier.
I think so.
Who sits for 25 minutes?
I would have, I just wanted to say, I've never done that. Never done that. And I didn't, like you said 25 minutes, I was like, oh my God, I think that was 25 minutes.
Really?
I was shocked. It felt like 5 minutes. Maybe 10, because the first 5 minutes was like,
It was like breathe for 5
we
minutes.
said 5 minutes, I'm like, oh, and I was like, okay, just breathe in and breathe out, go back to that, and then all of a sudden I was like, and then we started talking, and I was like, oh, okay, that was okay, and then I forgot about the time.
Yeah.
It was that first 5 minutes, and I was like, 5 minutes.
Which is usually it. That's where like everything's so strong in our minds, like the sitting, and I don't want to sit here anymore.
But the practice ahead of time was really good, because I am not a sitter.
I'm always like, oh, sit around with the practice first and then.
That's why asana came into the elims of yoga, because they realized that most people need to move their bodies first to get rid of,
I am a long meditator. You know, I can sit there for a half hour and meditate. It's actually getting myself to sit.
Yeah.
And then once I sit, I'm in for a long haul.
yeah, I'm like that too. And it's so nice being in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But it's the getting there that I find most difficult.
Well, at least now you know you can do it once.
Right, exactly.
Once a week in little snippets at the end of class. You know, like at the end of class, I always say, if you want to sit up and meditate, then you always can. Shavasana is really nice and important too, though. So there is that. All right. Well, I hope that I see everyone next week.
Yes.
And I'm sure I'll see you before then. But thank you.
Did anyone come to the 6 a.m.?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was one other woman.
There were people online.
All right, nice.
Yes.
All right.
So next week.
Yeah. I was gonna come, but I had to do something for work. I'm like, let me just wait. I'm a morning. I was up at like 3:30 today.
Really?
Gosh.
Wow.
So when I saw your email, I got very excited about the morning classes. Yeah, but I go to bed super early too.
That's the key.
I had to force myself to be in bed by 10 o'clock last night.
I was aiming for 9, but it was close to, it was like a little after 10. It's like 10:10. I was looking over 10:10.
I wanted to do 9 too.
Yeah.
It was like, no.
But I was like, okay, I can do 10, and I was like counting the hours, like, okay, that's so good.
That's me before yoga teacher training, waking up at 3, I'm like, all right, if I get at least 5 hours, I'm all right. Last night, I started to like totally, I can feel once 9 o'clock hits, my body completely relaxes. I'm just like, all right, just time, I slowly dwindle.
Well, it's funny when you had the yoga class, the yoga teacher training, I considered it when I saw the times. I'm like, no. No, thank you.
I actually, when I signed up for it, which is really funny, I had no idea about the time. I don't think I even paid attention to that at first.
I don't know.
And then he was like, I had never really been interested in like, I just never, and then, but it was like more about, he said, going back to the beginning, and I'm like, I love understanding where things come from and why.
Yeah.
So it was a perfect timing, because I was like, I just feel like teaching, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like, but I'm like, maybe I have a better understanding, so that's why I'm good at explaining certain stretches or certain things, because I understand it really
Yeah.
well.
Totally. The foundation.
The foundation.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like sometimes, I feel like most.
You're gonna love when you learn the whole entire Nejon practice, Tibetan healing practice.
Yeah.
It's Tibetan yoga, but it's a healing practice. Like you'll be able to bring that into whatever you do, your practice, like your massage practice, your classes,
And I'll tell you, so talk to me, so when I do massage and I talk to people, I'm sleeping a lot. So yeah, they're my audience right now. I'm
Right.
always like, let's get back to breathing. I'm like,
Yes.
like, with their stretching, I can show them basic stretches. I feel like the keys for breathing.
Yes.
And it's just so funny, like, I'm starting to wear on them. I'm like, if you're not gonna breathe, you're not gonna send, like you need to breathe to release. And I said, and once I tell them, once you slow your breathing down, it relaxes your nervous system to let things go. And then they're like, oh. So I said, so instead of, try to take that breath a little bit longer. And it's the truth.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get that. So that's my background with fascia. Fascia's not gonna release right away. It's slow moving. And I'm always like, zoom, 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 zoom. It's not like that.
Yeah.
So, that's
It is true, the breathing, you could just breathe in a completely support. That's why restorative yoga is so important, because you're just supported and breathing, and your body has the chance to actually heal.
Right.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Great seeing you, Michelle. We'll see you next week, if not before.
Yes. That's what
And I'm supposed to go in the sauna at 8:30. You know if it's only like that.
I don't think anyone's in there. Yeah, you're good. You can just go right into that door. Heat it up, enjoy it. Yeah.
So that, you know, kind of small. I love, I'm just saying, I love like coffees, I love ego, like I love
Yes.
those things. Like it's just,
Me too. I feel like it opens everything up. Like when you release from it,
yeah.
it's like everything can flow in and like rebalance.
Today I was just kind of absorbing and just taking the class. Sometimes I think about teaching. It's like just,
No, let it be for you sometimes.
yeah, no, I know, and that was definitely that.
Good. Yeah, I'm so glad that you came.
I saw like 6 o'clock, I'm like, I can do 6 o'clock.
Definitely. It's not bad.
No.
I know.
But it's fine. It's on the weekend. It's not like in this stuff on Monday is great because it makes you just like, okay, I'm winding Sunday nights. Like once I lie down, I sit down, I'm out. So
I'm the same way.
I clean the kitchen, I did all the stuff. And I had my bag a little packed. I was like, okay, I laid out my clothes. I'm like, okay. I'm
Yeah.
good.
Yep, I did the same thing. I'm like, all right. I mean, we'll sit on the couch, but like I usually fall asleep as soon as I sit down. And, like, the wait, like I said, 9 o'clock is when everything like the dogs are finally done going out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I swear, as soon as we relax, then the dogs need to go out and eat and drink and and then eventually there's a time where the whole house actually settles.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Yeah. I'm very glad that you
I wasn't here
enjoyed
last week, but last week, so I went to Florida last minute.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, I took my son for doctor's appointment, he doesn't need surgery, so.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's
He's just
good.
be in the shoulder, so.
Oh, my God.
Wow, and it wasn't even from football, it was from lifting, so that's a whole. nother-
Oh,
I
geez.
know.
So is he still in the healing process?
This happened the end of October.
Okay.
It's been a long, so yeah, he's doing really good.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, enjoy in there. Feel free to stay in for a little extra. Yeah, you can go that way. Yep, I'll push the blanket back with you. So even if, yeah, it's always on. It is still in there compared to in here. Andy, right? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. You know, it's funny, yesterday I wasn't even making the connection that you were Val's friend.
Oh.
And then when I like left, I was like, oh yeah, that's what Val was talking about. Totally not thinking that. So that's awesome.
Yes, yes, I'm excited. My back is definitely tight and like sore from yesterday, so I'm gonna go slow. I don't know.
Today's will be
I don't know what
much,
the
much
routine
different.
is, so
No,
I think
today,
it'd be good to stretch it, at least keep it moving.
Yeah.
Moving, stretch it out.
definitely. So, no, it will be much different. That was a very active practice yesterday, so. Today will be a different kind of active, but not,
Okay.
we probably won't even do like a sun salutation. What the heck are we doing?
Is there a restroom or?
Yeah, right in that hallway.
This one?
Yep.
So I got a question regarding your restroom.
Yeah.
Is this door gonna sneak you out to the back way to the other one?
Yeah.
For some reason, like as soon as class starts, I gotta go really bad.
You gotta
That's all I
pee.
can focus on. And if I use that one, I'm like, oh, they can hear me pee. Now that they can hear me flush, I'm like, I'm obsessed.
You can't hear that much. I know what you're saying, because I always sneak through and use that one, so. But yeah, that one goes right through the library and.
Okay.
So today was the first day of doing the 6 a.m.
Oh, yeah, how'd it go?
It was great. It's just that, of course, last night Juliet didn't sleep.
Oh,
It's
boy.
always that way,
Yes,
right?
oh my God.
So I'm like, I can cancel. It's
Yeah.
okay. What, you know, but I didn't. I'm like, I'm just gonna come, and she has a cold. I think it's like her first real cold, so she's not used to having a stuffed up nose at all.
Oh, poor thing.
You know.
I know, but it's like, you know, it's gonna be a long day.
Yes. I am very happy that, so me bringing in the 6 a.m. practice, the 4:30 is pre-recorded.
Oh,
So now I'm good for the rest of the day.
oh, cool.
That's kind of was my goal, was to work my way out of always doing afternoons and evenings. So now it's just Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Cause that's tough doing the morning and then at night, like it's not hard to do, but the
The hours
mindset,
of the day where it is, I know, that's why
Back
I
and
couldn't like
forth.
commit to like a teaching and like, oh, God,
Yeah.
yeah, they're hot hours.
And by the end of the day, I mean, I'm like dwindling at 2, 3, 4.
That's no kidding.
My brain is not the same. Yeah. Especially with the
Some of the-
sun coming down, going
Yeah.
down.
12-hour shifts and I'm like, by 4
Oh my
o'clock, I'm
God.
like slurring my words. I'm like, this is just inhumane. Like,
That's crazy. Where are you working?
CMC,
What's that?
Catholic Medical Center.
Oh, all right,
Yeah,
all right.
But I'm doing mostly 8s now.
Okay,
But
that's
it's like,
good.
still, it's like, holy crap.
That's-
I'm done.
Does it fly by?
It does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is crazy.
Easy, right?
Yeah.
So.
Good morning. How are you? Good.
Morning.
What's that?
How was this morning?
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good. Aside from the fact that Juliet did not sleep last night, because that's always how it has to work.
Yeah.
When you're waking up early.
They know.
They do. All worked out really nice. Yeah, of course. So we're waiting for sugar. No one on Zoom. Alright. We had our Zoom people early this morning. Maybe that's what they've been waiting for.
There's still a good amount of people on Zoom.
There's always at least one. So it's so easy to just have it on there. And then I can, save the recordings and people can just go from home practice. So it works out. The only thing I can't figure out, I have to remember that, is I bought a microphone. The transmitter has to plug into the computer, but I cannot figure out where on this computer it plugs into. But I'm sure Josh knows this information more than me. Yeah. Yes, he is a I'll figure anything out kind of guy. And he always does. So makes me lazy. He'll just do it. So I was telling the class before that we were reading from a book. That was part of it. And then I brought up, I just want to read it, so I'm not fumbling. There's a new book out by Spring Washam, who's a really, really great Buddhist teacher. And it's called The Spirit of Harriet Tubman. So it's called Awakening from the Underground. I cannot wait to buy it. And the description of it is the spirit of Harriet Tubman, who is called the Moses of her people, is rising again. And we can call forth her spirit to embody incredible strength and unwavering courage. Combining direct transmissions of Harriet's message with insightful explorations of her life and legacy. This extraordinary book gives us support and inspiration to deepen our roots of resilience and become powerful conductors of love and truth in our own lives. And it goes on, but it just sounds so neat that she connected with that, the energy of,
We need that for yoga teaching.
no. I mean, if you want.
Then I have to buy it. Yes.
And that one, you could do audio, Kindle, whatever. I'll probably get it on. Maybe need to listen to.
Yeah, that might be.
But she was at the retreat that I went to this summer, teaching alongside whoever, Bob Thurman and Sharon Salzberg, but she was trained by Jack Cornfield. So if you're familiar with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a direct student and what's the word I'm looking for? Can't think of the word. When you teach with someone.
Apprentice?
Apprentice. Yes.
Monday brain.
Yes. She was an apprentice with him. So
What was her name again?
Spring Washam. WASHAM, just exactly how it sounds. Good morning.
And I say Friday's class, the next day, I was doing housework with my husband, and I was like, oh my core. Oh, and I was like, what was that yoga class? I was like, it's working, but still, every time I do it, I was like, oh.
What was it? Oh, did we get up? Was it like the child
leg
pose?
lifts, I think.
We did
Was
that.
it? It was something, because I was like, my upper core, I was like, oh, God.
All right.
It was
good.
working.
All right, good morning. I never know, every day, I'm like, ooh, everything. My bad,
So part of that is one of sun salutations, just specifically sun salutations.
I'm sure she switches it up a little bit, but it's gonna be more of a flowy kind of class. Yeah, you probably like her.
Oh, I'm sore.
From yesterday? Oh,
Yeah, both classes.
from class,
Oh my
okay, I thought
gosh.
you did something else. That's how I get
No,
you to
but I
remember
fell.
me.
I fell and I was out of it for a while, so.
Yeah.
It's a good sore.
Used to. Today will be more low key, some deeper stretches, you know, to counter all the hard work apparently that we've been doing.
It's a good sore.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I know, I did something to my knee. For that, but I'm finding, I think it's actually one of my quadricep muscles, because it's going up, which is good, and it's not really, I mean, it's moving, as long as the pain moves, then.
So we have like a little.
Oh, no, I don't need that, no, I'll just do it, no, yoga will, yeah, I work with it, but, yeah. It's not like an injury, it's just kind of I probably strained it or something like that, so it will go away. As long as I don't redo that same thing, you know what I mean?
It was ice and my dog was getting out of the car and I thought she was gonna fall, so I tweaked myself to catch her. Well, she didn't fall, but then I tweaked my knee and I'm
Yeah.
like,
Those quick movements,
damn it.
they get you more and more with age. Don't move quickly.
Well, I fell down my stairs, slipped on the ice, that's right. I'm so afraid now. And it snows, and I'm like,
Go slow, yeah.
oh.
That
I'm
happened
not
to
like a
me.
walker or something.
New
I'm
Year's
so
Eve.
afraid.
That could be pain or something.
Oh, I just had it 2 weeks ago.
Because you're not expecting it, so you don't brace yourself at all, you know, like.
I thought I probably broke my rib. I don't even know.
Something to do for anyway, so.
No, I can't.
I fell down the stairs New Year's Eve. I had put on new socks that were like
Oh.
super slippery apparently, and I'm like going downstairs, my feet came out. I probably still have a huge bruise here and this elbow. It was like just.
Like holding a baby or
No.
anything. Thank God, thank God.
I know, I thought about that too, but nope, it's not holding her.
So you just lay at the bottom of the stairs and you're like, I'm just gonna
Well,
lay
I
here
just
for a little while.
slammed, like I slid and slammed down on my butt though. So then there's that whole thing that happens, like your internal like everything gets jostled in there. That was, yeah, it's not fun to fall. It's not fall. It's a rule in my family. No falling, no choking. What else? All right. Good morning. So you can take a seat on a block or a bolster if you have one. If you want one, raise your hand. It looks like everyone has something. Close our eyes. Part of this book, getting there, getting more well versed in this Tibetan self-healing yoga. So I'm gonna have a class on that soon. But in this book, last night I found a couple of lines that talk about kind of why we practice what I love. So you can, while I'm finding this, you can close your eyes and connect with your breath. Allow yourself to settle in. As you settle in, we slowly but surely find our posture a little more and check in with our bodies to see how they're feeling this morning. You know, how some of us are feeling this morning. But all the stuff, the good, the achy, the emotions, the energy, we just observe it all and recognize that we come together to do these practices to bring more balance. So in this particular reading, he talks about a full body prostration, which is a specific movement that we'll go through a variation of that today. But also you can think about it as your physical practice. So it says in his prayer, Sakya Pandita explains how the physical actions involved in full body prostration affect one's inner energies. And they remind the practitioner that her body and actions are a microcosm for all existence, a staging ground for the well-being and fate of all beings. I love that. A staging ground for the well-being and fate of all beings, because we are a microcosm of all existence. And he goes on to talk about how the adventure, this sort of, I'm going to summarize. Every time we practice, it's an adventure into ourselves. And so sometimes we think the only way to go on an adventure or a pilgrimage is to go far away. But every time we practice, it's a pilgrimage, it's an adventure within ourselves. And you know, that's where the true journey is. And I keep coming across the word generating compassion. And I love to think about, especially as it relates to being a microcosm for all beings, generating compassion, generating healing. We're generators, we're like engines where we can run on compassion and allow others to plug in through our generator, you know, like we can be that radiance of peace and compassion because we're journeying inward, we're pilgrimaging. Taking a pilgrimage inside and to that place, to the inner temple, and that's our place that we can return to, our peaceful, as Juliet's book is, peaceful piggy place. Peaceful piggies all the time, no matter what is happening. This with our breath. We start with our breath every time. So we're focusing there now, breathing in and out through the nose. Working on deepening the breath. Noticing how it feels to really fill the lungs as we draw the breath up from the belly to the chest. Way out, we empty as much as we can. So that little pull of the navel back toward the spine on the exhale. You get, imagine you're clearing out way, way, way lower lobes that don't get much attention. So release dust that settles there. Expand our lung capacity. We'll work on a little bit later in class. I want to introduce now. So as we sit here and breathe, bring your awareness to your heart center, your heart chakra, right at the center of your chest. And imagine there is pulsating, beautiful light. Maybe it's white, maybe it's green, it's blue. But it emanates from that point. It radiates out over your whole body. And we'll combine that with our breath, with the image of this point of light. We can wash over ourselves and bring healing to our bodies. Our minds, our emotions, our energy. Image of that now, and like I said, we'll return to it later and move that around the body to different things that we might be working on healing or that need healing. Moving into our purifying breath, let's take our thumbs, the tips of our thumbs to the base of our ring fingers and fold the other 4 fingers over. And then with the palms facing up, we're tucking our hands right at the top of our legs, that little crease in the legs, and straightening the arms as much as we can, allowing the shoulders to pop up. So our wrists are bent when we do this, and we're straightening the arms. Posture is called Vairocana. It's a 7-point posture that traditionally you're in a full lotus position. So we'll work toward that, but today we'll sit in our easy cross leg, arms are straight, so we open the lines of energy to do some alternate nostril breathing. When we sit here, connecting with our luminous body. Place of infinite possibilities. Fearless place. Maintaining that nice upright posture as we use our index fingers for the alternate nostril breathing. So we're gonna block off the left nostril and inhale in through the right side. And you can imagine the breath comes down the right side of the spine and it tucks under the navel about 4 finger, if you have your 4 fingers together and put it under your belly button, that's the point where you hold your breath. And it rises up the left side, and when you're ready to exhale, block the right and exhale left. We'll inhale left. Comes down the left side of the spine to that point below the navel. Gently holding your breath as it rises up the right side. And we block the left nostril, exhale right. Let's inhale in through both sides. Comes all the way down to that point below the navel, gently holding as it rises up the central channel. And exhale. Back to the right side, block the left, inhale right. Gentle hold as it rises. Blocking right, exhale left. Inhale left. Gentle hold as it rises. Blocking left, exhale right. Inhale through both sides. Gentle hold as it rises. Exhale. Last round, inhale right. Gentle hold as it rises up the left side. Blocking right, exhale left. Inhale left. Gentle hold as it rises up the right side. Blocking left, exhale right. Inhale through both sides. Rise. We'll exhale. Back to that Vrajana posture. Straighten the arms, lengthen. Stop to move in that space. Emptiness. Keeping your eyes open. We can come off of our bolsters or our blocks. And let's extend the legs out in front of us. Just smile a little bit. There we are with new eyes. Don't you like that when you open your eyes after that and feel a little bit different? Let's roll the wrists and the ankles a few times in each direction. Inhale to reach your arms out and up, palms touch at the top. And we'll exhale and just a gentle fold over your legs. Don't worry about going far over. Find some movement here, rock from side to side, bend and straighten one leg at a time. Feel a little more release through the back of your neck, your head drops. One more breath here. And let's inhale and roll it up. And reach the arms out and up. Flex your feet. On the exhale, arms out and down, dropping your chin down toward your chest. Inhale, arms out and up. Palms touch and exhale. Out and down, chin drops down. Again, inhale. Stillness and staff pose, hands down by your hips. Reaching the heart forward, shoulders back. Take a breath. We'll draw the soles of the feet together into cobbler's pose. And let's start with our feet pushed away a little bit. Don't worry about drawing them way in. And if you have blocks, if your knees are high up and it's uncomfortable, you can always tuck blocks under your legs to help support you here. Let's sit up nice and tall. And we have our gaze toward our toes, drawing the heart forward, shoulders back. Finding your breath, feel that nice deep breath into the belly. Next inhale, reach your arms out and up. On the exhale, folding maybe a quarter of the way or a third, flat back. Just maintain a flat back. I know for some, I've heard maybe an inch or two, a half an inch, that's okay. Just be where you are and connect with the extension of your spine, reaching out from your hips. And we'll inhale, and reach it back up towards the ceiling. On your exhale, take your hands back behind you. Lean back a little bit, lift the heart, lift the chin. Take a breath. We'll return back to center. Now we'll draw the feet in a little bit closer. See where that takes you. Rock from side to side a couple times. Release the muscles up the hip. Bounce your knees. Sitting up tall. Once you find your posture, we'll inhale and reach the arms out and up. And same thing, flat back as you fold, maybe a quarter of the way, a third of the way. Just listen to your body. Your heart reaches forward. Deep breath. Bring your hands down. Round your back and allow yourself to drop into the fold. Take one more breath here. Next inhale rolls you back up. Hands to the outside of your knees, guiding your legs together. Extending them out in front, shake them out a little bit. And let's rock forward onto our hands and knees. Bring it into the spine, moving through our cat-cow. Spread your fingers out wide. On your inhale, drop your belly, lift your head. And on your exhale, round your back. Inhale as you roll through. And exhale as you round. Just move at your own pace. Enjoying the movement. We'll come back to a neutral spine. Engaging the core. Let's inhale and take the left leg back behind us. Flexing the foot. And you want your toes to be pointing down toward the floor. So your hips are square. You're lifting so you feel engagement all the way up through the left glute. And on an inhale, the right arm comes out and up. So connecting with that diagonal stretch from your right shoulder down to your left hip. You want to feel as though someone's gently pulling your leg and your arm away. Left arm stays strong. Breathe. Let's inhale together. And on the exhale, release back to table. Round your back, drop your head, rock your hips from side to side. Take it back to center. And when you're ready, right leg comes out, flexing your foot. You're reaching through the heel, lifting enough to feel the glute engage. Arms are strong. When you're ready, left arm comes out and breathe. Soften your eyes. We'll inhale together. And on the exhale, slowly release. This time taking your knees out a little wider than hip width, rocking them, rock your hips from side to side. Nice and slow so you can feel into the end or the edge of your stretch there, into the hip joint. Your head hangs. And you're breathing. And start to rock back toward your heel. So when you rock over to the right side, you take it back toward your right heel a little bit. And then over to the left side, take it back a little bit. And let's start to circle it around, barrel rolls here. Maybe tuck your toes. It helps to support the movement a little bit more as we make big circles. Maintaining that core connection. As you breathe through. When you're ready, change direction. And we'll take it all the way back into child's pose. Taking your arms down by your legs in child's pose. Let go through the shoulders. Again, breathe into your belly. We'll take one more breath here. So as we come out of this, engage your core. We're going to inhale and roll up onto our knees. So not hands and knees, but knees. Inhale to rise up to your knees. We'll reach the arms out and up. So you might want to bring your knees to hip width. And on your exhale, take your hands down to the mat and let your forehead touch. So this is part of that prostration process that I read about. Inhale as you rise. So traditionally when you do this, when your hands come together, you're asking that your body, speech, and mind become enlightened. So up here we say enlightened, body to the forehead, speech to the throat, mind to the heart. We ground into it, forehead comes down. Inhale and rise, same thing, palms touch, enlightened, body, speech, and mind. Forehead comes down. And roll it up, we're rolling through the spine as we come up, inhale. Enlightened, body, speech, and mind. Forehead comes down. We'll do this variation one more time. Inhale, enlightened, body, speech, and mind. And the forehead comes down. Good, come up to hands and knees, tuck your toes. Let's lift to kind of a mini down dog, and we'll walk our hands back toward our feet and do a couple of these from standing. So inhale as you roll up to standing, reaching your arms out and up, enlightened, body, speech, and mind. It's a good reminder. Inhale, enlightened, body, speech, and mind. This time we're going to take our hands down, knees come down, forehead touches. So some people try to work on doing 100,000 of these, and we're going to come back up. Inhale as you rise. Enlightened, body, speech, and mind. Not sure if that's in one day. And we'll come, take the knees down, forehead touches. A full prostration, you lay flat out from here too, but we're not going to do that today. We're going to come back up and inhale. Enlighten to draw it in. Body, speech, and mind. And let's inhale here, reach it up. On your exhale, dive into your fold. Inhale, halfway lift, look forward, and exhale. Take your hands to your hips, and let's see where it takes you to come up halfway, find your flat back, look forward with your hands on your hips. Take a breath here, connect with the core. And on your inhale, rise all the way up. We'll reach it up. And on your exhale, bend your knees and ragdoll down into your fold. Hands come down in front of your feet. Inhale as you walk your hands out in front. Coming into plank with your knees up or down. And on the exhale, we're going to lower all the way down. Let your forehead touch. Hands under the shoulders. Inhale as you peel back up to cobra. Press back to hands and knees. Tuck your toes, rising up to down dog. Take a deep breath. Inhale as you walk your hands back towards your feet. If you can, same inhale lifts you up halfway. And exhale, fold. Either rolling up or reverse swan dive. Inhale as you rise. Exhale, dive. Bend your knees if you need to. Hands come down to the mat. Walk it out. Inhale out to plank. Knees up or down. On your exhale, slowly lower. Inhale as you peel it up to cobra. high or low, just listen to your body, open your heart. And this time we'll take it back to child's pose. And find your breath. You roll your forehead from side to side on the mat if it reaches. And we'll inhale forward onto our forearms. So lifting your hips on your knees and forearms, lightly interlock your fingers here. Your elbows are under the shoulders, so you're able to press into your elbows and feel your shoulders engage. I'm dropping your head so your head hovers above the mat. You can always come back to this posture. We're going to come up into dolphin, but listen to your body, tuck your toes, and let's rise up to dolphin, lifting your hips, staying on the forearms, and breathe. We'll lift and lower a few times. Let's inhale up to our toes, lifting your hips high. And on the exhale, slowly lower your knees down and take your gaze towards your hands. So loosen up any tension that you have in your hands and let your next inhale lift you back, looking back towards your knees, coming into dolphin, up on your toes. And exhale as you slowly lower and take your gaze towards your hands. One more time. Inhale, lift. You should walk your feet in. If they're kind of far away and you're in a four-leg plank, walk your feet towards your head, keeping your legs as straight as you can. Let's inhale up to our toes. And exhale, slowly set your knees down. And back to hare pose. So holding here, rounding your back. Top of your head hovers above the mat. Connect with your breath. And let your next inhale roll you up to your knees. Take the arms out wide, lift the chin, open the heart, relax the shoulders as you draw the heart forward. So your arms are bent a little bit here. Tuck your tailbone, press the hips forward. One more breath here. Come back upright, hands to your hips. Something a little bit different here. We're gonna step the right foot forward. So it takes a little bit of balance to step that foot forward. Let's engage the legs and sink down into the hips. It's okay if your knee goes past your ankle as long as your knee feels okay with that. Let's inhale and come back up. And exhale, sink it down. Hold here and breathe. Legs are strong. Let's reach the left hand down. Feel free to use a block under this left hand. And we're going to reach the right arm forward and up. On the inhale, exhale, circle it back and down. And we're going to continue to circle this right arm. Inhale, forward and up. Exhale, back and down. Maybe keeping your gaze towards your fingertips. Rotate the arm with the breath. And we'll change direction a couple times in the opposite direction. Stay with your breath. And we'll circle it back down. Come up on your fingertips so you can bring yourself back to center where your legs are at 90-degree angles. Hands on your hips. And let's see if we can maintain our balance and bring the knee back in. Use your hands if you need to. Good. Take a breath. And we'll take it to the other side. Left foot comes out. Engaging the legs, so find strength in the core, your legs on your exhale, sink it down. Inhale, lift. Exhale, sink it down. And hold. Open the heart, press the hips forward. So we're finding a little back bend here. And breath. Good, right hand comes down to the mat or a block. And we'll inhale, left arm forward and up. Exhale as you circle it back and down, connecting with that rotation the best that you can. Breathing as you move. And we'll change direction a couple times in the opposite direction. Good, and back to center. This time, let's tuck our back toes and lift the knee and step back to down dog. Connect with your breath, reach your hips high, soften the elbows. Drop your head, let it hang a little bit heavier. And let's inhale up to our toes, reach your hips high. Exhale, slowly set your knees down on the mat. Good. So we're gonna walk our knees over. Actually, before we do this, I wanna make sure everyone has a block. Is there anyone that doesn't have blocks today? Do you wanna have one within reach? Kind of more toward your legs, because eventually we're gonna come back and sit down. So slide your block back toward your legs. Good. All right, so back to our table. Let's walk our knees over to the left side so your right knee comes to center. And we'll inhale, left leg out behind. So as you extend the leg, lift your head. And on the exhale, cross it over your right leg. So that left knee comes down to the mat. Our knees are one on top of the other. Lower legs come out wide. And we're gonna rock straight back and straight forward. So inhale when you rock forward. Exhale as you rock back. Working our way into our hips. Notice if you're leaning to one side as you rock back and try to correct that. And just go straight back. Your knees will lift, that's okay. The front knee comes off the mat. So with the support of that block, go ahead and grab your block, place it back behind you, and come into a seat on the block. It's not gonna be the most comfortable seat you've ever had, and that's okay. All right, we're doing what we can. So as we come up here, we want to see if we can take our lower legs a little bit further forward. Don't force anything, to see where it takes you to maybe bring them forward. Our knees are doing the best that they can to stack. We're gonna sit up nice and tall here. Close the eyes. And we'll inhale and sweep the arms out and up. On the exhale, arms come out in front. Good, and let's cross left over right. So take the elbow, that left elbow up as high as you can, twist the arms. Do what you can, there you go. Relax your shoulders, lift the elbows, either keeping your head straight ahead or looking up towards your fingertips. Find your breath. Inhale together. On the exhale, drop your elbows into your chest, round your back. Feel as though you're trying to pull your arms apart. They don't come apart, but just that pulling, so you get that nice stretch across the upper back. Take a breath. Next, inhale, untwist your arms, take them out wide, heart forward, shoulders back. On the exhale, bring your hands back behind you, either interlocking your fingers or grabbing a hold of the wrists. Inhale, as you straighten the arms, slide them down the back, lift the chin. And on the exhale, super slow into a fold here. Doesn't matter how far you go, listen to your body, stay with your breath. Next inhale draws you back up, arms out and up. And exhale, release your arms down, shifting forward, back to your hands and knees, however you need to get back there with the legs crossed over still. All right, here we are. Let's inhale, left leg out behind us, out and up. Lift your head. And on the exhale, draw the knee in toward your nose, around your back. Inhale to extend it back out, lift your head, bend the leg, lift the knee. So we let that left leg come over to the right side. And we'll slowly turn our heads to the right side, looking to get a glimpse of our toes. And breathe. Inhale to extend it back out behind you, lift your head. And exhale, back to table. Down to your forearms, round your back, drop your head. Take a deep breath. And when you're ready, come back up to hands and knees. We'll walk our knees over to the right side, so left knee comes to center. Let's inhale, right leg out behind us. Lift your head as you extend that leg out. Exhale, cross it over the left leg. Both knees come down, lower legs out wide. And we'll begin rocking as much as you can. Straight back and straight forward. Inhale forward, exhale back. Warming up into our hips. When you're ready to find your seat, again, use your block, do what you can. If you end up in easy cross leg, that's okay. If you stay in your cow face legs, then take your lower legs as far forward as you can. Sit up tall. Find your breath. Good, we'll inhale, sweep it out and up. On the exhale, arms come out in front so we can just add to this super comfortable situation. Right over left, twist. Good, don't hurt yourself. Lift your elbows, relax the shoulders. Find your breath. Inhale. Exhale, drop your elbows down into your chest, round your back. Take a breath. Inhale as you come back up, untwist the arms, take them out wide, heart open. On your exhale, hands behind your back, interlocking your fingers or grabbing a wrist, straighten the arms, inhale, open. Exhale, take it nice and slow as you fold forward. Find your breath when you get into the fold. When you're ready to rise, inhale, arms out and up. And exhale, take yourself forward, support yourself forward. So inhale, reaching right leg back, lift your head. Exhale, knee in towards your nose, round your back. Inhale as you extend it out, lift the head, bend the right leg, lift the knee, let it flop to the left side. Slowly looking over your left shoulder towards your toes. And breathe. Inhale and extend it out. Exhale to release. Come back into a seated position. Let's come back to cobbler's pose. So we kind of counter what we just did. We open the hips. Now we're going to draw everything back together. Soles of the feet together, knees out wide. Come in slow. Take your time. Rock from side to side. Connect with your breath. So either eyes are closed or you have a gentle gaze down towards your toes. Sitting up as tall as you can. Again, drawing the heart forward, shoulders back. Drop your chin slightly. One more breath here. Slowly extending legs out in front. Making sure you have enough room behind you to lie back. When you get there, arms come out, palms up. Lightly point your toes. We'll inhale. And on your exhale, rounding your back as you roll down. Maybe bend your knees and hold behind your knees. Supporting yourself onto your back. And when you get there, draw the knees in toward the chest. Wrap your arms around your legs. First, turn your head from side to side, nice and slow. Bringing your head back to center, rock from side to side. Let's plant our right foot on the mat. So keep the left knee in, plant your right foot, and then slide it out long on the mat. Extend it out. And let's extend our left leg up toward the ceiling. And clasp behind your left leg. And let's see how it feels to flex both feet. And work to straighten your legs out a little bit more. No force, just see where it takes you to find a little more flexibility. And let's inhale. On your exhale, lifting your head towards your knee. Draw it in. Hold here for a breath. And slowly lower it down. Take a deep breath when you lower. We'll do that one more time. Let's inhale. On the exhale, lifting head to knee. Take a breath in the hold. And slowly release. Take your left foot back to the mat. Slide it out long, big stretch here. Reach your arms overhead, point your toes, deep breath. And then we'll take the right knee in, extending it up toward the ceiling, clasping behind the leg, flexing both feet. Draw the shoulders down away from your ears. And let's inhale. On the exhale, lifting your head toward your knee. Hold here for a breath. Inhale to release. Exhale. Rest. Inhale together. On your exhale, lift. Hold for a breath. Inhale together. Exhale, release. Good. Go ahead and set your right foot back down. Slide it out. Big stretch again, arms overhead. Deep breath. Now taking the arms out wide with the palms up. So they're out wide, but they're lifted actually above the shoulders. So we're not making a T shape, we're making a V shape. And let's lift the knees back in toward the chest. So go ahead and fold them back in toward your chest. We'll inhale. And on the exhale, twisting over to the left side. Slowly turning your head as far over to the right side as it will go. And we're reaching through our right fingertips. And breathe. One more breath here. Engaging your core, inhale back to the center. Exhale over to the right side. Slowly turning your head left. Reaching through the left fingertips. And breathe. Engage your core. We'll inhale back to center. Set your feet on the mat. Releasing your hands to your belly. So bring your hands to your belly. And we're going to come back to that practice that I mentioned earlier. That point of light from the heart chakra. So come back to envisioning that point of light. White, green, or blue. Maybe a combination. Don't think about it too much. Bring to mind, be that generator of healing. Generating healing thoughts. Using our breath. Visualizing that point of light that's able to wash over us, wash over ourselves. Now, if you have other areas of your body that are working on healing, bring that point of light to one area that comes to mind first. And take a few breaths and then move it to another area. And just kind of go through that process. Generating healing through visualizing and through breath. More breaths, whatever you're working on. That practice. Knowing that you can come back to it anytime. Make your preparations for Shavasana. yourself. Back up to the seated position. Center. Gratitude for each other. For each other. For ourselves. Showing up this morning and contributing to practice. Down toward our hearts to honor the wisdom within. Bow a little deeper to honor the hearts and wisdom of many teachers, ancestors. Together we'll feel the practice with the sound of the womb. Take a deep breath in. Namaste.